He's still targeting criminal individuals, and do you know how many of the 1,400 detainees at the East Meadow Jail are accused of a crime other than their immigration status?
We have not been provided with that data as of yet. There are approximately 1,400 ICE detainees that have come through the Nassau County Correctional Center. We do not know the status of their criminal activity. However, we do understand, and we do know, as a matter of fact, that there were some very, very dangerous criminals that were picked up in the metropolitan area, and our community and our county are the better for it.
So are they not all from Nassau County, the ones that are at the East Meadow Jail?
Correct.
They're from everywhere, all
Metropolitan area.
Do you have a number as to who is from Nassau County or no?
No, but the situation is this. If they're in the metropolitan area, they don't respect borders. I would say that most of the illegal activity by people that are here illegally come from places other than Nassau County, typically New York City or Newark, New Jersey. Those are the hotbeds. Patterson, New Jersey. Would I be right with that?
That's correct.
Do you know how much it costs to house them at the jail, and does the county receive any reimbursement from the federal?
We are working that out right now, but we believe that it's much more cost efficient for them to be picked up, detained, and then handled by the federal government, deported, or whatever the federal government determines their final outcome will be. But that saves us money, and as I said, crime has gone down dramatically since January of this year.
Is this legislation in reaction to the legislation proposed in New York City that would have law enforcement officials essentially have to take the masks off?
We don't live in a bubble, so I can tell you that that was on my mind in signing this executive order, that we want it clear that in Nassau County, we are not going to arrest law enforcement officials in the performance of their duties under the guidelines that I set forth.
And your thoughts on their legislation in the city that potentially could require them to have to do that?
I think they're out of their mind. I think that they will destroy the city, and I think they will make law enforcement in the metropolitan area, including Nassau County, much more difficult. I don't understand why the members of the New York City Council are so pro-criminal, but of course we see up in Albany our legislators and our governor have enacted legislation that is pro-criminal. It's mind-boggling. I think that basically we should start worrying about the victims and worrying about the neighborhoods and communities that fall prey to these criminals rather than the criminals themselves. All the other side does is talk about criminals and how you can get criminals off and how criminals have rights and how criminals should be able to do this. How about start talking about the victims? How about start talking about the women who were being raped? How about talking about the shop owners who've had their stores burglarized, or the homes that have been burglarized, or the cars that have been carjacked, or murdered? I mean, it is just bizarre to me, it's mind-boggling, and I think it's anti-American.
So you said that there's been a dramatic drop in crime since the border policies have changed. Do you have any stats that you can share?
So our major crime year to date is down 15%. All of our major crimes, like robberies, street robberies, are down to almost 45%. And this month was the lowest recorded overdoses since we've been looking at numbers. Meaning that it's harder to get the drugs out there, the fentanyl's not coming in. It's a direct correlation to what is happening at the border and we're supporting, the county executive is supporting here in Nassau County.
Yeah, and let's not forget that. We have an opioid crisis. Fentanyl is killing kids every day, and that dramatic drop in overdoses is something that we should be celebrating, cheering, and be very grateful that the policies have changed so we can protect our kids. That's what we want to do. Any other questions? Okay. If you'll join me, sign the executive order. You want to grab around?
You want to go right next to this? Watch. What, man?
Oh, we're popping off.
Well, you had a shot, but yeah, I think you guys are. Well, hold on. Passing up. Hold on. Hold your horses.
Are you good?
No.
You want to move up?
No.
I wish I could do that.
Let me get out of here. right, you guys got it?
Can we take everyone in the back, take a step up? The back row, can you just take a step up closer to the table?
Okay,
On you, boss.
okay, you ready?
Hold it up.
Okay, so again, we are very, very proud and grateful of all of our law enforcement officers, especially our Nassau County Police Department, our Sheriff's Department, our Probation Department, all the men and women who do the things necessary to protect our county, and we have their back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good job, guys.
Hey,
Just leave it on.
hold on.
Sorry. You guys want to do this thing, man?
So it's over 4 months. So that 14% is yeah, it's in the past 4 months. That's we only keep up 72 hours. Yeah, we keep up 72 hours. They testify a certain amount of that. When we made the initial we announced it. That's all. And then what we
All right, I'm ready.
One second, you want me to hold your mic?
All right, so let's slide. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Now.
$50,000. They asked her if they can return it. They actually then made a phone call. They spoke. She went to the bank, took out $50,000, and sent it back to them. When they called her back a second time, knowing now they got the fish on the hook, right? This is what happens in these scams. They called her back a second time and said there was more money sent. She went back and took out some gold coins, went to the gold coin store, took out the value of $360,000, and then sent that money back to them also. So at the end of the day, she was out quite a large sum of money, all because they prey on the elderly. They prey on those victims that are home, they're alone, they're watching, some TV and the phone rings or an email comes up. They're not too savvy in that world. What we ask is that you should reach out to your family members, your grandparents, your parents, and say, hey, if you get a phone call like that, let the police department know. Let me know as your son or daughter, and I'll reach out to the police department. We are very good at what we do, catching them, but once that money is gone into the system, it's very difficult to recover.
Will she get her money back?
We're trying. There is, fortunately, in this case, there is an email trace, and there is a phone number trace. So that gives me 2 leads that I can work on to track it down. But I'm already positive they're on to their next victim trying to get more money. Success breeds confidence, and that's what these guys prey on.
And in this case, it's interesting. They had her get gold coins.
Yeah.
Is this a new twist to the scam?
Every day there's a new twist. They got nothing to do, wake up every single morning thinking of how to scam the system. You wake up how you're paying your bills, getting the kids off to the bus to school. They're thinking about how to scam you and how they'll troll through social media, they'll find grandma's 80th birthday party. Oh, and unfortunately we put too much information on that social media. And then they take that and then they'll find out who grandma is, and then they put the call in. And they'll use the names from that post. They'll know that Jennifer was the daughter and Anthony was the son. So they say, oh, I spoke to Anthony and he told me that I could reach out to you directly and that this money that we sent to you was sent incorrectly. Can you please send it back to us? Anthony's good, but he understands.
And where did she get these gold coins? Where does one get gold coins in general?
She went to a coin store, a gold coin store, and gave the cash in return to get the gold coins out.
Do you think banks and maybe currency stores like this should take more steps? Should be more careful about dispensing so much money to someone?
Back in the 70s, we started the Bank Secrecy Act. The Bank Secrecy Act was to protect the banks from fraud. Now the banks need to start protecting the victims from the fraud. The banks have to ask the questions. When grandma comes in 3 times, who's never in the bank, all of a sudden is withdrawing $50,000, they should be asking the questions. There's a CTR that gets done, a currency transaction report. That CTR, you should let grandma ask the question. What do you give it to? PayPal? I don't think PayPal would tell you they overpaid you $50,000 on a phone call. So that's where it gets complicated.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's like that's not a couple of hundred, couple of thousand.
The bank has to do their due diligence. They have to. If we're going to do the right thing and help out and they're doing the right thing by their customers, they should build in policies in the bank that when somebody takes out a certain amount of money, you should ask questions. You should know your customer. It's part of the Bank Secrecy Act. Know your customer. So you should know your customer to begin with, and that customer should get treated as that. Hey, why would you take $50,000? You've never taken it out before. Oh, PayPal asked me to send them the money. Whoa, put the brakes on this. Do you have a son or a daughter, somebody we can call? And they start calling someone. It's like when they play on the victims of a child, and they say, oh, your son was in an auto accident. In order for us to get him treated at the hospital, they need an advancement of $10,000. Grandma immediately runs to the store and sends $10,000 and wires it over to some fraud account.
And it's extraordinary that you were able to make this arrest for this Staten Island guy. Do you think he's the ringleader of this, or is he part of a wider net, like a wider scam? Because the couriers weren't the same ethnicity, right?
So I don't believe there's organized crime groups in this organization. These are individuals who learn from, hey, I watch this on TV. They'll see this today, and it'll create another guy who says, oh, let me try it. And they'll make phone calls. Sometimes we find out it's just neighbors from the neighborhood. They'll use somebody else to pick up the money, but they know who it, and they know all the details of that family member and their plan. So what I always say is just ask questions and let us know. Let us make that determination. We say to you, hey, it's good, but almost nobody is calling you on the phone and asking you to send them $50,000. No one.
Okay, and then just back to what the press conference is about. You were standing here with county executive today supporting this initiative. Why?
So it's very important that, and again, the county executive and the entire county always back the men and women of law enforcement. Unfortunately, we always get judged by those that don't want to wear the same shoes that I wear and walk the mile that I walk. But that's okay, that's part of the business that we do. But we have to have laws that protect us. And what we're seeing now is these groups that are going out into the community waiting to see what they believe may be ICE agents to do a roundup. But unfortunately, it may be my undercover detectives that are going out there trying to do an undercover narcotics case. And so.
Hey everyone, how are you guys? My name is Morgan Mackay, and we're doing a new thing here at Fox 5 where we're hosting a live YouTube show here in our newsroom. You see all of our producers hard at work behind me putting together our noon show, which you're going to want to check out. So we're going to start first looking at today, President Donald Trump and the First Lady are going to be in Texas today. I think we have video of that. Awesome. Got some awesome people here helping me out as I figure this out as well. So, yeah, President Donald Trump and the First Lady are going to be in Texas at around 1:20. They're going to be surveying the flooding and the damage there. And a little bit later at 3 o'clock, President Trump and the First Lady are going to be participating in a roundtable with first responders and local officials. And so we're going to be looking at that live a little bit later today. And then we also today have a team of reporters out hitting the streets of New York City, gathering the latest news. Our reporter Linda Schmidt, she's going to be turning a story today about a double fatal hit and run. 2 men were killed after a hit and run in Sunset Park. So she's going to be bringing you all the latest about that story. We also have our reporter Meredith, who's going to be taking a look at the FIFA World Cup interviews. And there's going to be, I guess, a press conference started a little while ago. I don't know if we have any video of that. But the press conference is starting today, and they're going to at MetLife Stadium, so they're going to be talking about that. My mic isn't high enough. I'm being told. Thank you. Trying this again. And also today, we have our reporter, Stephanie Bertini. She's going to be reporting today on the NYPD rescue on RFK Bridge. Officers from the NYPD's 114th precinct acted swiftly to save a woman who was threatening to jump, highlighting the life-saving importance of rapid response during mental health emergencies. A really incredible story you're not going to want to miss. We also have our reporter, Richard Giacobis, working on a story about how Whole Foods has taken the public hotel to court, alleging that the long lines outside the Lower East Hotel are blocking delivery access to the grocer's location. And also, we are going to be looking at hyper-realistic AI, excuse me. Our reporter, Sharon Crowley, she's going to be looking at Google's new AI video tool and how a lot of the videos sometimes they're seeing online right now look really real, but it's actually AI. I know there's a lot on TikTok going around as well. We also, I'm going to be looking, I'm the political reporter here, so I'm going to be taking a look at the New York City mayor's race, which has been heating up. We all thought it was going to be a little bit of a calmer July. We thought that this summer, right after the primary, everyone's going to be kind of taking a break because, as you guys know, most people in New York City kind of leave the city a little bit during the summer months. But no, things have just been heating up and continuing to get more hectic. Zoran Mamdani won the Democratic primary, but Mayor Eric Adams, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and another candidate, Jim Walden, they're all running as independents. They've got their own ballot lines. Then you also have the Republican candidate, Curtis Lewa, who's also running in the general election. And the concern right now from anti-Mamdani people and maybe some centrist Democrats, Republicans, they're trying to pick a candidate, and they're urging some of the candidates in the race to coalesce behind one of the candidates in order to defeat Mamdani, while Mamdani continuing to picking up endorsements from key labor groups, some elected officials. There are still some holdouts, though, like Governor Kathy Hochul, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who have expressed some hesitance about Mamdani's views. He is a Democratic socialist. But Mamdani's meeting with Jeffries next week. He's also meeting with business leaders. So we're going to have to see what's next with all of that today. At the same time, next week, the Campaign Finance Board is going to be doling out their next round of funds. We're also going to see who qualifies. As it stands right now, the Campaign Finance Board says they don't want to give Mayor Adams any extra public matching funds right now because of his now dropped criminal case. So they have been asking for his lawyer to release documents related to that now dropped criminal case, which had alleged that he had gotten illegal campaign donations and was able to get public matching funds through those. The Trump Justice Department dropped those criminal charges against Adams, and some allege a quid pro quo, especially on immigration, but Adams and his lawyers say that's not true. But the Campaign Finance Board wants to see some more information. So they're saying that the Adams administration Adams campaign has to submit those documents in order to receive public matching funds. But they are in court right now fighting that out. And we're also just kind of trying to wait and see if Andrew Cuomo decides to fully run a campaign. Right now, he hasn't been seen since a primary, so we're kind of waiting to see whether or not he's going to be actively campaigning. But behind the scenes and publicly, both Adams and Cuomo kind of battling it out. They want the other person to drop out. They don't want to split those votes. As it stands right now, Cuomo has lost a lot of the support he had in the primary. A lot of the financial donors are now going and backing Mayor Adams. A lot of the labor unions are now backing Mom Donnie. So we are expecting a busy week next week. Oh, and one more thing happening next week on July 15th. That's when the Board of Elections is going to be finalizing all of the ranked choice votes in the primary. So a lot to go off next week. We got a live look at the weather that we're going to toss to. There we go. Awesome. So it is 83 degrees today. I can't quite see with that. It's blocking. We're going to say 83. Monday, 85 degrees. I am not liking this humidity. 67% doesn't do anything good for people's humidity or people's hair, excuse me. Yeah, as you can see, pretty hot in New York City. Might want to make a trip out to the beach. Does anyone have any questions? Do we do questions? Maybe questions? No questions yet. If you guys have questions, you want to pop in. You got questions about the mayor's race especially. It's Morgan Unfiltered for the next 20 minutes. We're going to take a quick break, and I'll check back in. Thank you, guys. Guys, it's Morgan Mackay again in our Fox 5 News newsroom. As you can see behind me, everyone is hard at work getting ready our noon show today. And we've got a lot of stories coming up later today. Leading our newscast is going to be our reporter Linda Schmidt. And she's going to be reporting on a double fatal hit and run. So she's going to bring you all of the latest on those details at noon today. So you're definitely not going to want to miss that. Also, we're going to take a live look right now at this memorial. I think it's a memorial in Texas. President Donald Trump's going to be arriving there with First Lady Melania Trump a little later today. They are going to be there about 1:20, I believe, and then hosting a roundtable with first responders and others who, were really impacted by the storm. I mean, those first responders, responding to the horrific flooding. So he's going to be taking time to speak with them. I'm sure they're going to be, really emphasizing some mental health with there as well. Just a really tough time right now for Texas. Also today, we're going to be, we have live reporters out there, so it looks like maybe the cameraman's fixing the camera there. Also today, we are going to be focusing on the mayor's race. So tonight at 6:30 p.m., you're going to want to stay tuned for Politics Unusual. I'm hosting the show at 6:30 p.m., and we're going to be having on First Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro, who made a little news today about the city's housing voucher program for low-income New Yorkers called CityVeps. The judge yesterday ruled that the city council introduced a bill back in 2023. They introduced a bill that was passed into law that would expand the housing voucher program for low-income New Yorkers. Now, the Adams administration said that, one, this has to go through the state because it's a budget issue, and two, they argued that there's not enough housing for the people who are already on wait lists for these housing vouchers. So Mayor Eric Adams vetoed the law, and the city council overruled it. And then Adams tried to stop it again, and they ended up going to court. And the judge just yesterday ruled that the Adams administration has to go ahead and implement that law. But First Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro telling me just a short time ago that they will be appealing this decision and are going to hope that there's kind of a temporary restraining order with that so they don't have to go ahead and implement that, arguing that this, again, is a budget issue. It was done outside the budget time frame. The state legislature only is in Albany from January to June. So they're home right now, and they won't be back in Albany until January. So we're going to be talking to him about that. We're also speaking with him about ICE on Rikers. He has been spearheading a move to get ICE back on Rikers, and just recently a judge ruled against that, saying that as it stands right now, they're not going to be allowing ICE back on Rikers, and that temporary restraining order was put on hold indefinitely. And then we're also speaking with the Manhattan Borough President, Mark Levine, today, and he just won his the Democratic primary for the city comptroller's race. He beat out City Councilman Justin Brannan, along with others. And he really spoke about how, there's a little bit of a contrast with him and the mayoral candidate, Zohran Mamdani, who won his mayoral primary, Democratic primary. Mark Levine had a lot of institutional support. He had a lot of labor support, but he didn't have like the working families, for example. The working families endorsed Justin Brannan. Democratic Socialists endorsed Justin Brannan. And so, I asked him, what about this race made you so different? He said, many votes as Zohran Mamdani did in the first round. And he said, their message of affordability was really the same. But he does see himself as a check on whoever is going to be mayor next. And he thinks that there are some similarities in messages, but he does have some disagreements with Mamdani when it comes to Israel and some other things. So it's going to be interesting to see how that race all shapes out in November. He is running against a candidate in November, but I don't believe that candidate qualified for public matching funds in the Republican primary. But we're going to have to see how the general election all shapes out. We are going to be taking a live look again at the weather. Possibly. We're going to get to the weather in just a minute. Or the weather now. Yeah, let's do weather. Nice. There we go. Oh, look at that. Heat and humidity. Gotta love the humidity. Everybody loves humidity. It's a joke. Nice. So now we're taking a live look out right now at Sunset Park. Our reporter, Linda Schmidt, she's out there right now, and she's going to be reporting on a story at the top of our noon show about two people who were killed in a hit and run on Friday morning in Brooklyn. According to the NYPD, the driver fled the scene. So what we know right now is it happened just before 4:30 a.m. on 52nd Street at 3rd Avenue in the Sunset Park section. According to police, a black sedan was traveling south on 3rd Avenue when it struck two adult men who were walking east on 52nd Street. Both victims were pronounced dead at the scene. What we don't know, a description of the driver yet, as well as the ages of the victims, and hopefully we'll learn a little bit more today. And our reporter, Linda Schmidt, she is one of the best breaking news crime reporters that is in this city, so she will definitely have the full story for us at noon. A little bit later today, again, we're going to have at 1:20 President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. They're going to be arriving in Texas to survey that horrific flood damage. And a little later, Trump and the First Lady are going to be participating in a roundtable with local officials and first responders. Do we have any questions? No, but if you want to take no? We're going to take one more break, and if you have a question, please ask, especially about the mayor's race. It's Morgan Unfiltered for the next couple minutes. So we're going to take a live look at weather, and we'll be right back. everyone. It's Morgan Mackay in the Fox 5 News newsroom. Everyone is here getting ready for the noon show behind me. We're going to have a lot of packed stories in both our noon newscast today and our 5 and 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. newscasts as well. We're going to be leading today, and we're going to be taking a live look out in Brooklyn here. It's a little dark. But they're setting up for a press conference right now. Our reporter, Linda Schmidt, she's going to be leading our newscast, and she's going to be reporting on a double fatal hit and run. 2 people were killed in a hit and run on Friday morning in Brooklyn. According to the NYPD, the driver fled the scene. And what we know is it happened just before 4:30 a.m. on 52nd Street and 3rd Avenue in the Sunset Park section. And according to police, a black sedan was traveling south on 3rd Avenue when it struck and killed these 2 adult men who were walking east on 52nd Street. Linda is going to bring us all of the details a little bit later in just a few minutes, actually, 5 minutes. So she'll have the latest. Also later today, our reporter Meredith is going to be giving us a look at the FIFA World Cup. And they're holding a press conference there at MetLife Stadium. And we're also, our reporter Stephanie Bertini, she's going to be giving us a story tonight about an NYPD rescue on RFK Bridge. Officers from the NYPD's 114th precinct, they saved a woman who was threatening to jump. And just really highlighting the importance of rapid response during some of these mental health emergencies. We also have our reporter, Richard Javakovis, who's going to be doing a story today about Whole Foods versus the public hotel, who they're taking to court. Whole Foods is alleging that the long lines outside the Lower East Side Hotel are blocking delivery access to the grocer's location. So they're taking them to court. Our reporter, Richard, is going to have all the latest on those allegations. And then our reporter, Sharon Crowley, is going to be taking a look at hyper-realistic AI. You've seen those videos all over TikTok, Google, Twitter, or I should say X. We're going to be taking a look at exactly what goes into some of these videos and some of the dangers as well with having some of these videos that seem really realistic. Also, tonight at 6:30 p.m., we're going to be, I host a politics show, and we're speaking with First Deputy Mayor Randy Mastro, who's going to be explaining how the Adams administration is going to be appealing a ruling that a judge sided with the city council on a law that would expand the city's housing voucher program. He's also going to be talking with me about the mask ban. Governor Kathy Hochul earlier this year passed a bill that pretty much adds like an extra punishment or an extra charge when someone gets arrested for committing a crime with a mask on. But Mayor Eric Adams' administration has said that doesn't go far enough. So Randy Mastro is currently been working on a mask ban proposal that would include likely fines if somebody is committing a crime or at a protest with these masks on. The NYPD has said it's hard to identify people with masks on, so they're looking for city council partners right now to partner with them on that legislation. And we're also speaking with Mark Levine, the Democratic candidate who won his primary for the city comptroller's race. So you're definitely going to want to stay tuned for all of the latest here at Fox 5 News. And we're going to be tossing over to our noon show here shortly. Again, our reporter, Linda Schmidt, she's going to have the latest on that hit and run. And then later today, we're going to be streaming live President Donald Trump, who's going to be taking a trip to Texas, arriving there at 1:20 with First Lady Melania Trump to survey that horrific flood damage in Texas. So you're definitely going to want to stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Ella's gonna show up here in about like half hour.
Hablándoles sobre cuál es la situación, esto se está esperando, hay algunas personas que han llegado sobre esperanza.
When you graduate?
I'd like to bring up Michael Sisiski, Assistant Policy Director of New York City Liberty Union.
Good afternoon. When Commissioner Tisch took over leadership of the NYPD, she promised that she wouldn't accept the status quo, that she was committed to strengthening discipline in the department, to ensuring that officers who engage in misconduct, who break the rules, who violate the public trust are held accountable. Commissioner Tisch, what happened to that promise? We've been here before. The NYPD's failure to take discipline seriously has been exhaustively documented. But this is also an unusual moment, because it's not every day that you have the CCRB and the NYPD's own Deputy Commissioner for Trials on the same page, both agreeing that Jonathan Rivera committed fireable misconduct when he shot and killed Alan Feliz. This is only the second time that an NYPD judge has agreed with a recommendation to fire an officer in the CCRB prosecuted trial. But now, in a shamefully timed announcement, buried right before a holiday weekend, the NYPD commissioner told New Yorkers that the NYPD cares more about protecting its officers from consequences than it does about protecting New Yorkers from being unjustly killed.
That ain't right.
This is not justice, this is impunity. It's more of the same and what we've come to expect from a department that has proven time and again that it views oversight and accountability as optional. It's an all too familiar pattern. It's another case where the NYPD slow walked, turning over critical evidence to the CCRB, making them jump through unnecessary hoops to investigate misconduct. It's another case where the NYPD holds itself outside and above the very systems that we have in place specifically designed to protect the public's interest in safety and accountability. But Commissioner Tisch, you still have an opportunity to fix this. Reverse your baseless preliminary decision, uphold the CCRB and the trial room recommendation, deliver justice to the family of Alan Felice and to all New Yorkers who care about accountability in this city. Thank you.
To drive this harder, we're going to bring family members of others who have lost loved ones by the hands of police. I want to bring Eric Basso, father of Saheed Basso.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's a pleasure seeing you standing up, my brother, his family. My name is Eric Basso, father of Saheed Basso, who was killed by the NYPD officers on April 4th, 2018. I am here to let the Felice family know that I and the others' family are standing with you. We have been where you are. I understand the pain you are going through, having to rally again and again to demand the bare minimum for the officer who killed their loved one to be fired. Your pain is my pain. The officer who killed my son jumped out of their vehicle and immediately began shooting with no warning, no attempt to de-escalate. To this day, none of those officers who killed my son have been held accountable. But my fight continues for Saheed, for others who have been brutally killed by the NYPD, including Alan Felice. Like the Felice family, my family had to wait and beg, fight to get an answer about what happened to my son Saheed. The Felice family have been fighting for almost 6 years. It's unacceptable. These delays cause imaginable suffering on top of losing their loved ones to the police. Commissioner Tisch and Mayor Adams should be ashamed for what you put this family through over the years, and especially for what they are putting them through right now. Commissioner Tisch and Mayor Adams should be ashamed of that. Commissioner Tisch's action to overturn the guilty verdict against Jonathan Rivera proved once again that the NYPD cannot and will not hold itself accountable. Tisch is going out of her way to protect a killer cop with a long history of abuse. Going against her own deputy commissioner, finding that Rivera, because it sends a message to officers that they can just take the lives and nothing will happen to them. Commissioner Tisch, if you let Rivera keep his job, you are making our city less safe. You must follow your deputy commissioner recommendation and fire him today. Thank you.
Fire Rivera! Fire Rivera! Fire Rivera! Fire Rivera! Fire Rivera!
I want to bring another of our legal allies, Celine Zhu, staff attorney, the Center for Constitutional Rights.
My name is Celine, and I'm an attorney at the Center for Constitutional Rights, where over a decade ago we were counsel for Floyd versus City of New York, which showed that the NYPD was engaged in widespread racial profiling and unconstitutional stop and frisk policing. And we've been fighting alongside community groups and families seeking accountability for the NYPD's practice of racial profiling for over 2 decades. I'm here because Alan Felice should be alive today. He should never have been stopped in that vehicle, and NYPD Lieutenant Jonathan Rivera should never have killed him. None of us can undo what Lieutenant Rivera did, and none of us can ever repair the loss inflicted upon the Felice family and what they feel today. But not only did the NYPD needlessly take away the life of Alan Felice, they have and continue to put his family through unimaginable hardship. For almost 6 years, the Felice family has watched and fought as the NYPD has obstructed their own discipline process. This February, it seemed for a moment that their fight had paid off when the case against Lieutenant Rivera finally reached the Deputy Commissioner of Trials, and he was found guilty after a multi-day trial with evidence and witnesses of excessive force and assault, and recommended that Lieutenant Rivera be fired. But Commissioner Tisch's decision to delay the process another 5 months while the Felice family painfully waited, and then preliminary overturned her own Deputy Commissioner's verdict, is legally untenable. And it's an insult not only to his family, but to the people of New York. It would be a rubber stamp on the NYPD's violent lawlessness. We are here today to demand Commander Tisch immediately reverse her preliminary decision, uphold Lieutenant Rivera's guilty verdict, and fire him and remove him from policing our streets. If Commissioner Tisch follows through with reversing this verdict, it is a massive step backward and a slap in the face of tens and thousands of New Yorkers. Because while tens of thousands of Black and Hispanic New Yorkers continue to be needlessly and unconstitutionally stopped and racially profiled by the police every year, the NYPD continues to tell us to trust their discipline process and that it will deliver accountability. But Tisch has proven today that those promises cannot be relied upon. Tisch's talk about reform is meaningless if she is unwilling to hold the NYPD accountable, even when her own process delivers a rare, just outcome. Tisch has an opportunity to reverse this decision, to show us that she agrees that it is unacceptable to her that Alan Felice is not alive today, and that it is unacceptable to her that the NYPD promotes, rather than disciplines, such egregious and continued misconduct. Commissioner Tisch must reverse this decision. We demand no less. Thank you.
There is a street sign in Inward to remind us of another lost life by the hands of police, John Collado. I want to bring his nephew, Joshua Lopez, up.
Just a shout out. Just a shout out. But now, do you want to say something?
Hi, my name is Joshua Lopez. I'm the nephew of John Collado, and I stand with the Alan Felice family and demand that Tisch fire Lieutenant Rivera. Tisch, a couple of months ago, she fired a captain from the NYPD for sending explicit text messages to another detective. So if she could do that, she could also fire this killer cop, Jonathan Rivera. So we demand that she fires Rivera.
So before we end, I want to let know the press what we're going to do next, but we also have to thank folks that are here and have been in this fight. On behalf of Justice Committee, I wanted to thank the Alan Felice family here who has catalyzed and bring us together for justice for Alan. I wanted Latino Justice from Pearl Death, Vocal New York, Make the Road New York, showing up for racial justice, Jews for racial justice, racial and economic justice, Center for Constitutional Rights, Emma Tavar from the Progressive Caucus, and I want to thank my own organization here, Housing Works. So, it's real simple. We're going to first be taking questions from the press, delivering a legal letter to Commissioner Tisch, and then marching. This is all about us marching for her, Commissioner Tisch, to stand with the agreement, the judgment to fire Alan Felice. Nothing more. For Jonathan Rivera, for Alan Felice. You can tell how we get really flustered when it comes to this, exhausted and tired, but we're fighting. So We're going to leave it up to questions for the press.
What legal letter are you delivering to the police?
We have a copy of it.
Commander.
We have a copy of the letter. Justice Committee, or we've got it around. We can send it to anyone. We have it on a website. It's yeah.
Is that what you passing out earlier?
Yeah.
Is that what you passing out earlier?
I really shouldn't
This is the
take
letter.
questions. I should just.
Can you talk about the letter? What is this? What are you? It's also
The-
Latino justice. Sorry.
The letter is a statement that's the more detailed statement of the speech I gave here, which is that the commissioner's decision violates the basic principle that a hearing officer is the best person to decide the credibility of a testifying witness, and that therefore overturning the credibility determination that Deputy Commissioner Maldonado made was arbitrary and capricious as a matter of law. And it's set forth in more legal detail in the letter.
Other questions?
Wait.
Go ahead.
This decision by Judge Stan because she ultimately is the commissioner and final say in discipline. Is there any more recourse to the family, the family?
She has cognizance and control over discipline, according to the New York City Charter. And if she does not reverse the preliminary decision, then the Family Justice Committee, Latino Justice, CCR, NYCLU, all the other groups will look into everything that we can do.
Does she have to do it by today? Is today the deadline?
Today's her deadline.
Today is the deadline.
Deadline for CCRB to send a letter to her.
Response, she can provide, she can make her final decision whenever she wants. She has no deadline.
Thank you. That's correct.
Any other last questions?
What is the role of the internal people for NYPD? Like, can they come out and say, okay, we're going to take this officer out? The internal...
I think if you have questions about how the NYPD works, you should ask them to the NYPD.
All right, so
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So we are going to do a couple of things. The lawyers and the legal letter and the family are going to go and deliver the letter. Right. We, their supporters, are going to make a lot of noise so that they've got some energy and they've got some support while they go do that. After that, we're going to do a very short march and close out.
Yes. Sarah, the president has just gotten off Air Force One, and they are safely inside Marine One. You can see the Marine Corps Osprey helicopters here. They are starting their engines, getting ready to escort the president and First Lady Melania Trump to the Kerrville area. We're hearing they will be taking an aerial view so he can look at the damage and destruction in that entire region that stretches so far today. So it is very loud where we are standing. But once again, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, just landed here about 15 minutes ago. Now he is safely inside Marine One with First Lady Melania Trump, and they are set to depart any moment now and head toward the Kerrville area. Before, when the president did exit the plane, he stopped to speak to the press corps for just a few moments before walking over to Marine One. So any moment now, we're expecting. Yes. I cannot hear you right now. As you can hear in the background, these choppers are loud, and they are about to depart with the president, escort President, First Lady to the Kerrville area. Marine One is moving now. They should depart any moment now. And what a sight it is out here. There are many onlookers who came to watch the president get off Air Force One. He's here in San Antonio at Kelly Field. And now we're having some movement. It appears they are about to take off any moment. And Marine One is moving, getting ready for takeoff. The president is expected to be in Kerrville for a few hours this afternoon. He's expected to take an aerial view of the destruction zone and meet with some of the victims' families today. We also know Senator John Cornyn will be with the president and First Lady today, as well as Governor Greg Abbott in Kerrville. We're not sure if they are meeting him out there or here in San Antonio. And then later, the president is expected to speak with the media. We have our reporter, Zach Briggs, there, who will be able to share some of the words. We know the president has said it's a horrible devastation. His heart is with the families right now and the first responders as those search efforts continue today. Yes, sir. Okay, sorry, y'all.
Yes. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was so horrible. I could not hear anything or I couldn't see anything. Well, I don't want to take the weekend though, because I'm sorry, I'm not gonna cry. I don't want to have to report an extra day next week. It's just too rough. Hold on one second. Actually, I'm talking about it. No, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I haven't even been through the thick of it like Meredith and Sue have. It's just I just feel awful because that was horrible. It was so horrible. No. I just yeah. So I don't want to take off the weekend and have to do an extra day out there next week. I'd rather. Okay. Yeah, I guess Sunday is fine if we have some coverage. I can do tomorrow. I'm sorry. I feel like such a ass. Okay. Yeah, because I'm sorry, I'm just embarrassed. No, Monday's fine. It's fine. Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I know, and I know my colleagues also need time, so if I need to be there so somebody else can take a day off, then I'm happy to do that too. Okay, yeah, we're just so worn out. And all of us are just so worn out. Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it, Natalie. Thank you. Okay, bye. Is that on?
No, but they took us off already.
Oh.
Yeah. You're good.
I didn't even think, I was like...
I'll stay here.
Ma'am,
Actually, no, it's not good to see. Like, the ones that are so frequent aren't. Like, I don't even understand how. The little girl, too. The story that comes out one after another, it's like all over. Look at now. I see my own conversation faces. I have this thing where I always think about these tragedies, right? It's like, obviously, like, your heart has to be what's this? Right? Like, that's going to be a memory that is, like, stuck with you, right? Like, 1,000%. Yeah. Like, like the Uvalde kid. I was in the. It's not just those 18 kids. The kids that were. What they had. They had like a million years of like trauma. They did that.
My mom died. I still get flashbacks sometimes of like that like final moment, right? Like the last time she like saw me in front of me, and I can only imagine what those things went through. So
and you expect something, right? You just don't expect a little kid to have it. Fourth grader have a process. Something that
they didn't get the same amount of life. Right?
All right. Gives me every time. No, I'm not cut off with you right now.
I know, right? You want to does anyone really?
I should have just picked a desk job somewhere. It's pretty good.
I think about that every day.
I'm stressed. They're like, I go work at Comcast or something. I just like to do projects.
I'm on my morning commute, so it's like I look at other cars that are driving by and I just think about how the day-to-day operations.
Yep. I don't have to be glued in it all the time. Right? Because you guys never know where like, you guys could be ready to die. Boom, we're headed to someplace, 10 hours away. Quick, get ready, let's go.
That's got a lot of fun. Be careful. It's 3 o'clock on a Sunday and be like, hey, meet you in random town you never heard of.
Yeah, some businesses you're always on. You pick this place.
I don't even know if my steps are going through this. I'm sure it's so bad. I want to talk to AT&T.
I thought this was a business.
I know a lot of them stay close to right now they're stuck in eggs. I've never doing anything. Even I don't know. Every time I've dealt with this, it's always, you think it's one time, and it's definitely different.
I looked at their schedule like, oh, they don't have any official meetings tonight. And so they no schedule. Which really sucks. I like when they know like they have to be at like a state dinner at 7 p.m. I know I know when this drop dead time. But now I'm going to be late with my newsletter, late with my social media posts, which won't go for some reason.
Jeff Harris. One thing he uses out there is this makes it better. Soon to be out on the market here. They just gave me rides up where I needed to go. Right now, I'm doing family members when they come in. They're coming down, so I will have to review people if I don't have enough, but I don't know how I get where I can. By all means, once that event
One. Everyone right here, please, and in 3, 2, 1.
Good. Back a little bit. They came back.
Maybe come back. How about that? Right there, right there. To the back, right
Anybody live? I'm not expecting that.
We are cool.
I'll walk right.
It's all good.
Yeah, yep. I'm about to, he needs to be plugged in. Yep. John, are you good? Morning? Squeeze this behind you, brother. Can you put that behind you? I'm good.
John, ready?
Yeah, Mike, check.
Yep, I'll do a quick mic check here. Talk for about 30 seconds, let everybody get their level set. This will be a mic check. Mic check 1, 2, just making sure I'm getting nods from the back and that you guys are happy and appreciate that. Thanks for the teamwork, thumbs up. Thanks a lot. Hey, mic check 1, 2, yeah, just check a level here and make sure everything's good with all the feeds that are going everywhere. And I'll just keep going and give you about 30 seconds here of a mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. Hey, 1, yep, you're happy? Okay, well, thanks so much, everybody.
sitting.
Hey, that's okay. I'm just checking the signal strength here on my end. Okay. Okay. I sent the Wi-Fi to someone if you want to remote access. Seems like. All right, I'll give you a couple of different looks. I know we're taking off over the main, but I want to take a couple of All right, man, thanks. All right, cool. All right, bye.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's see what the jury can do.
There's no data, like no. Got pictures of it because data usage is not available.
This is the Fox 5 News Block.
We start with breaking news. A suspect has been arrested and charged in connection with a deadly hit and run in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. We're going to have a live report from the scene. And President Trump in Texas touring the devastation from those deadly floods. Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey. Welcome to the News Block. Let's start by taking a live look outside. The weekend's almost here. And of course, the question now is, will the weather cooperate? Let's check in with meteorologist Liv Johnson for the answer. Liv.
Steve, it kind of cooperates. I mean, we have a pretty decent day ahead of us. It's 81 degrees in New York City. A bit more pleasant if you're in some of our coastal areas like Long Island, down the shore of New Jersey. It's 79. We have 84 for Hartford, 87 for the Hudson Valley, 83 for Newark right now. But it does feel a little warmer than that because it is humid. So most of us feel like mid to upper 80s. Even a lot of us feel like we're in the 90s, but still a little bit more pleasant for our coastal areas. But look at Hartford and Poughkeepsie, both feel like 91. We have White Plains feeling like 90, and that's because those dew point temperatures are in the mid to upper 60s, which is the uncomfortable zone. Even more humid down the shore, 73 for the dew point temperature and 71 for White Plains. I wish we could say we were getting some relief from those strong humidity in the next couple of days, but really for your whole weekend, we're looking at dew point temperatures in the upper 60s and low 70s, so it's going to be a pretty sticky few days ahead of us. Not much in the way of winds either, about 5 to 15 miles per hour, so not too much relief, but there's a little bit here and there. For the rest of your afternoon, I think we're going to be dry. On our futurecast, you do see a couple little showers that pop up, or really I should say sprinkles, but I think Friday is going to be dry. Saturday is a different story though. First half of the day is dry, see a mix of cloud and sun. It's going to be hot and humid again. But then we see showers pop up in the afternoon. Most of it's a little bit north of the city, so Poughkeepsie, Hartford, a couple showers and a few spot thunderstorms. Eventually it will make its way down to us. It's going to be kind of like the past few days where it's just a couple pop-up showers here and there. Steve?
Very well. All right, thanks, Liv. Now to breaking news out of Brooklyn. A suspect has been arrested and charged in a hit and run that left 2 men dead in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt exclusively obtained video of the horrific hit and run and is live now in Sunset Park with the latest. Linda.
Yeah, good afternoon to you there, Steve. And this video is disturbing. We're going to show that to you, though, in just a moment. But first, the NYPD. This happened at 20 after 4 this morning, this deadly hit and run. In less than 7 hours, police have a suspect in custody. And he is 23 years old. He has been identified as Juventino Anastasio Florentino, and he is from Staten Island. Again, under arrest, in custody. And from the surveillance video, you are about to see this, you will see he was flying, and I mean flying, up 3rd Avenue. Now go ahead, take a look at the video, and you can see where the 2 men, the 2 victims, 59 and 80 years old, they were walking on the sidewalk, and then they started to cross the street at 3rd Avenue and 52nd Street in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, when that dark BMW plowed right into these 2 men, sending them flying. Now, as I said, the video was very disturbing, so we paused the video before the impact because it really it takes your breath away when you see this video play out, and that's what we had an opportunity to do earlier today. Now, I spoke with a state senator who represents this area, and what he was telling me is that the 2 victims both live in his district. One lives nearby here in Sunset Park, another lives in Bedford-Stuyvesant. So he is very angry because of the way these hit and runs traditionally get handled. Here's what he had to tell me earlier today.
I remember when Mayor de Blasio implemented this Vision Zero program. You know, to me, as a retired cop, it's more like zero vision because it's not working. We have to punish the drivers that are reckless, the hit and run drivers. Nobody ever goes to jail. We need to send people to jail. We need to stop this nonsense. A lot of cars out here are not insured. Everybody's talking about defund the police. We have to let the cops be the cops. Let them stop the cars. Let them do their car stops. Let them do their investigations.
And these are pictures taken from another surveillance Video of this fatal hit and run, again killing a 59-year-old man and an 80-year-old man as they were walking across the sidewalk at 52nd Street and 3rd Avenue. The BMW, you can clearly see it is a very dark BMW. Now a 23-year-old from Staten Island under arrest, charged with 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of criminally negligent homicide, speeding and blowing through a red light. Back inside to you, Steve.
Tough to watch. All right. Thanks, Linda. We appreciate it. And developing right now, a judge is pausing the firing of 31 NYPD rookie officers. That news comes as the department says an internal investigation found 31 recruits lied on their exams and applications about their criminal history, illegal drug use, prior arrests, and employment history. The judge's ruling allows the rookies to remain on administrative leave as the legal process plays out. The NYPD says the investigation revealed the recruits received notices of disqualification during their application process, yet they were still brought on board. The union representing officers released a statement saying in part, quote, "These police officers did nothing wrong. It's not their fault that their hiring was tainted by a rogue inspector and arbitrary process. In many cases, they were initially disqualified for minor issues and may have been hired on appeal if given the opportunity to do so." The State Department firing more than 1,300 employees today. This is in line with President Trump's reorganization plan that went into effect earlier this year. The department is sending layoff notices to more than 1,100 civil servants and nearly 250 foreign service officers with domestic assignments in the U.S. According to an internal notice obtained by the AP, impacted foreign service officers will be placed immediately on administrative leave for 120 days, after which they will formally lose their jobs. For most affected civil servants, the separation period is 60 days. And developing now, President Trump and First Lady are in Texas. The commander-in-chief arriving in San Antonio to survey the damage after the deadly 4th of July flooding. He's receiving a briefing at the Emergency Operations Center and meeting with victims' families and first responders. The president also expected to do an aerial tour of some of the hardest hit areas.
The president brings with him the wishes of the nation, the sadness that comes with it.
And those floods have so far killed at least 120 people. And President Trump says he's raising taxes on imported goods from Canada to 35%. He made that announcement in a letter to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. That hike is an aggressive increase to the top 25% tariff rates Trump first imposed in March. Trump has expressed frustration with a trade deficit with Canada that largely reflects oil purchased by America. Those higher rates would go into effect August 1st. Pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil suing the Trump administration for $20 million for false imprisonment. He claims he was maliciously prosecuted and smeared as an anti-Semite as part of an effort to terrorize him and his family. It comes as the deportation case against the 30-year-old Columbia University grad student makes its way through the immigration court system. Khalil says his goal is to send a message that he will not be intimidated into silence. The activist also said he would accept an official apology in lieu of payment, but he's not holding his breath. A new New York City law that went into effect last month making landlords responsible for brokerage fees has not hurt the rental market. That's according to Street Easy, despite fears that rents would skyrocket under the Fair Act, as it's known. Markets remain stable. Numbers show 1.7% of all rentals have raised rents by more than 10%, and only 1.8% of landlords raised rents by 5 to 10%. Well, an emotional moment on Long Island as the recipient of a kidney transplant comes face to face with the woman who saved his life. Fox 5's Jessica Formoso was there as the two met for the very first time.
It's a hug between two strangers, but one of enormous gratitude and compassion.
I can't thank Emery enough for giving me a second chance. She's a true angel.
Scott Scannell of Nesconsett coming face to face for the first time with his kidney donor, Anne Marie Hassett.
I don't know how much longer I could have gone on with dialysis. My angel came at the right time because I was giving up.
He says he was in a dark place. The 61-year-old diagnosed 10 years ago with polycystic kidney disease, placed on the transplant list.
There are currently over 100,000 people on the national waiting list for various organs. 90% of those patients are waiting for kidney transplants. There are 17 people who die every day waiting for an organ transplant.
Doctors ruling out his children as potential donors because they too tested positive for the same disease. Scott's family wasn't going to let him become a statistic. Seeing what their father was going through, dialysis 3 days a week, 4 hours a day, they decided to go public with his battle, posting this post on social media telling his story, a story that ultimately ended in the inbox of Anne Marie.
I read their story that their kids could not donate for medical reasons. That touched me even more.
The 56-year-old firefighter, wife, mother, and grandmother says she didn't hesitate giving the gift of life to a complete stranger.
I have an amazing life. I have a full life. I felt like I had to do something. I'm just doing my good deed. I'm a child of God, and one of the things is to love your neighbor.
Both surgeries were performed at Stony Brook University Hospital.
Since the procedure, he has not needed to go on dialysis at all. His labs are normal, and he looks and feels great.
Getting a second chance at life.
Now I couldn't be happier. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're a special person.
These families have a special bond that they say is forever. In October, Scott and Anne Marie will be running to raise awareness for organ donation in the Give Life NY 5K. At Stony Brook Hospital, I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News.
Lovely story there. And let's get a last check of the forecast from Liv Johnson. Bright sunlight right now, Liv.
Yeah, lots of sunshine. It should stick around for the next few hours or so. We have some more clouds roll through later tonight, but the rest of your afternoon just hot and pretty humid, but again, a decent amount of sunshine too. I think we're going to be clear in terms of shower chances. You see a little bit to the north, maybe, but I think the tri-state is going to stay dry this evening, still nice and warm by 10 p.m. Tomorrow, a bit more cloud cover for the first half of your day. We wake up with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. It's going to be very similar temperature-wise. Another day in the mid to upper 80s, feeling a little bit more humid as well. Showers start to roll in mid-afternoon. It starts up north, so Hartford, Poughkeepsie, Lower Hudson Valley gets the rain and a couple pop-up thunderstorms at first. Then it kind of makes its way down south, so we should expect a couple showers. Not a total washout, nothing that's going to be a huge day ruiner, and by late tomorrow, we'll clear up again. Temperatures will be in the 70s. Then Sunday, I think, will be dry as well. Then it gets really hot mid-next week, back into the 90s by Tuesday. Steve?
Good deal. All right, thanks, Liv. Well, Superman flying onto the big screen today. In this iteration of the comic book classic, audiences will get to go deeper into the Man of Steel's mind. Superman, played by David Cornsweet, must confront what it means to seek justice in a cynical world, while the infamous Lex Luthor questions his true intentions. And we get to see a new perspective on Superman's relationship with Lois Lane as well. All right, that's your news block for now. I'm Steve Lacey. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back here tonight for the 5 o'clock news on Fox 5 and right here on Fox Local for all the day's news as it develops. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
want to start on the pipe and drape and then get his walk over to the seat?
Yeah. Are we sure that it's coming from that side? Oh, okay.
Looks like there's some people kind of
Moving around on
yeah,
that
kind of.
Yeah, I've been rolling continuously. I've got like 8 hours of recording time, so I think we'll make it.
Sweet.
I was. Oh no, I was asking. I was from a different question. I'm sorry, different question. I'm sorry. I tried to watch I'm so sorry. extra AC cable. Do you? Extra AC?
An extra AC cable?
Yeah, I do have it, but if I have to wrap up quickly, I don't want to use it like for
I don't have one here. It's in the car.
I see.
AC power. You have a cable you want to leave it?
Yeah. That's why I don't want to leave it. That's why I want to. I have the battery. I think I should be good with the battery, but I see like the battery. I'm sorry, the battery for the TBU is getting on. TBU is 100% full out, but the external battery for TBU is almost But I still have the two big batteries for the camera, and I still have one in the car, so it should be good.
You don't need to shoot the whole thing. You can shoot it as
I need it all.
there's an emergency.
haven't heard much about them.
Well, this is a tough one. And we just were making a little tour of the area. It's hard to believe the devastation. Trees that are 100 years old just ripped out of the ground. I've never seen anything like it. I've seen a lot of bad ones. I've gone to a lot of hurricanes, a lot of tornadoes. I've never seen anything like this. This is a bad one. We just visited with incredible families that, look, they've been devastated. They lost their child or two children, and just hard to believe what, I've never seen anything like it. A little narrow river that becomes a monster, and that's what happened. But the First Lady and I are here in Texas to express the love and support and the anguish of our entire nation in the aftermath of this really horrific and deadly flood. Nobody has any idea how and why a thing like this could happen. It's, and by the way, I have to tell you, the people here, first responders, the sheriff's office, all of the police, law enforcement, they've done an unbelievable job. And in speaking to the parents, they said everybody has been so professional, from the governor to the senators, all the way down to the local people on the site that really are a little bit used to this. They've been looking at this for years, but in much smaller doses, much smaller doses. 12 years ago, and then in 1932, they had a real bad one, but that bad one was half of what this was. But I was speaking to some of the great people in the town, and they said, no, every year we get a little bit, but it was like a little bit of a flood, right? You were telling me, and it was just a flood. We got used to it. We had people, and we took care of it, and this year it was like, what's going on, right? So all across the country, Americans' hearts are shattered. I had to be here as president. First Lady wanted to be here. And, all the beautiful souls, and we're filled with grief and devastation. It's the loss of life. And unfortunately, they're still looking. They're still looking. There's a lot of missing children, possibly, mostly, we don't know. But they're still looking. And they'll find everybody, but it's not an easy thing. You would think it would be easy. It's very tough. I looked at what they're going through, what they have to do. But dozens and dozens of precious children taken from us with such, I looked at the pictures of almost all of them, and it's terrible. Following a torrential downpour, the worst that anyone's ever seen, Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in less than 45 minutes, and I've even heard it went well over 30 feet. There's one story that one person said it had to be 60 feet at one moment. This is like a giant, giant wave in the Pacific Ocean that the best surfers in the world would be afraid to surf. And it unleashed a catastrophic flooding as the most residents were asleep in their beds. A very dark evening. The waters claimed at least 135, 140 lives. They're getting that count, but the count that they don't have is how many are still missing. But a lot of lives, a lot of young angels. At the Girls Christian Summer Camp, known as Camp Mystic, a legendary camp, a camp that people would want to go to from all over the country. People, parents, they come and they would stay with their children. They'd stay in other cabins just to be with their children, but a legendary place. They were there because they loved God. And as we grieve this unthinkable tragedy, we take comfort in the knowledge that God has welcomed those little, beautiful girls into his comforting arms in heaven. And we believe that, have to believe that, and we do. And we lost some wonderful people beyond the little girls. We lost some very brave men and women that tried to save the girls. As our nation, we mourn for every single life that was swept away in the flood, and we pray for the families that are left behind. It's amazing the incredible spirit from those families. I don't know. I don't even know how they do it. But moments ago, Melania and I spent a lot of time with them. That's why we're a little late. I think this was a good reason to be late, frankly. And we just gave our warmest condolences. But you say to yourself, you know, how do you give condolences? How do you do that to a young person that 3 days ago was here, 4 days ago was here and vibrant, and now is no longer here? The search for the missing continues. The people that are doing it are unbelievable people. That you couldn't get better people than this anywhere, Christy, right? Anywhere in the world you couldn't get better people. And they're doing the job like I don't think anybody else could, frankly. And I want to thank them. I want to thank all of these great first responders who raced into very grave danger. We have some people that were incredible. The single Coast Guard rescue crew saved an incredible 169 children at Camp Mystic, 169. And the camp staff was also incredibly courageous. Are those Coast Guard people around here someplace? Because I hear some incredible people. And I actually, Scott Ruskin, is he around? Where's Scott?
He's not here right now, sir,
So-
but he will be here later, and I will be.
Oh, okay. Will you let him
presenting
know?
with some- I'll let him
And
know.
John Dunn, the owner of the Hunt store, was a flood. Where are you? Okay, good. We spoke a little while ago, and it sort of, John was telling me some stories about that store, and it was just really amazing.
Yes, Mr. President. First, let me correct. Was owner of the Hunt store from 2013 till April of last year, where I actually sold the store to Haley and BB Lehrman, who are excellent operators, and they're on the ground right now in Hunt, leading the effort there together with the fire department, the churches, the schools, what have you. And they're doing a phenomenal job.
Good job.
My role in it is I had seller finance the deal. And
You're going to bring it back?
I'm absolutely going to bring it back.
And the walls are up, the two walls are up, and you're going to...
There's belief out there that it was a total loss. It's not. A gentleman by the name of Larry Graham put up some incredible walls in 1973. And he's a great engineer, and those walls are still standing.
Save the walls.
Save the walls.
Okay.
And the goal is, and I think we can get it done between Haley, BB, myself, and some outside help that we're going to be getting. I think we're going to get it reopened very quickly.
Good.
I think it's important to get it open quickly because once we do, the community can get back to a sense of normalcy. I think it'll be good for the community. I think it'll accelerate the recovery process. There's a lot that has to be done, but I'm impressed and very pleased with the resources that I think are going to become available through the conversations with Chip Roy, Governor Abbott's office, and others, that we will get it done quickly. Yes, sir.
Thanks, John. Good luck with it. Okay, I'm sure you will. The search for the missing is continuing, as you know, and today I especially want to thank all of these incredible people from the Coast Guard, and you'll give my regards in particular to some of the people we mentioned. Every American should be inspired by what's taken place during this short period of time, and I want to thank Governor Abbott. He's an amazing guy. We come very, very close politically and personally, and we've had a tremendous relationship with Texas. I guess Texas brought us together. We were together fine, but now we're together a lot more, and I want to thank Cecilia, your great wife, who's been our friend for a long time. The job you do is really incredible in so many different ways, including with the border and every different way. Admired by everybody. Secretaries, Kristi Noem, Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, and Administrator Kelly Loeffler, they all wanted to be here. Some of them hopped on the plane with me. Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, you're here among us. And thank you very much. Our great Lieutenant Governor, I see you sitting there. I don't know if they even have your name down, but when I'm here, your name is down, right? He's doing a good job, always did. Always did. Also, numerous members of Congress, including Chip Roy from the district. This is Chip's district. I had a lot of time last week we spent with Chip Roy getting that great, big, beautiful bill passed, and who would have thought, and he's not easy, but he's good. Where is he? Where's Chip? Who would have thought this was going to happen? And he called because we had a big ceremony set up, and he said, you know, we have a little bit of a flood here, and I think it's going to be a little bit, I better stay here, I better not come back and go to it. And he wanted to be there. He was a part of it, a big part of it. And then he called again, and he said, this is bad. And then it got really bad, far beyond your worst, wildest imagination, right? So thank you very much, Chip. I appreciate it. And Brian Babin also is, I don't know if Brian's here. But we do have, and I have to just give some of the names because it's very unusual. Nathaniel Moran, Dan Crenshaw, all of these people wanted to be here. Keith Self, Jake Elzey, August Pfluger, Craig Goldman, Ronnie Jackson. Where are you people? Are you here? You're all here? Where's Ronnie Jackson? Ronnie Jackson, what a person. Every one of these people is so incredible. Randy Weber, Pete Sessions, Tony Gonzalez. Well, we have everybody. Beth Van Dyne. Hi, Beth. Hi, Beth. Roger Williams. Brandon Gill. Hi, Roger. Brandon, you're here? Yes? Thanks, Brandon. Doing a good job, Brandon. Michael Cloud. John Carter. And Wesley Hunt. And we have others, but I'm not, we have to get on with it. But I did want to ask Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. He's been my friend from the beginning. He's been the chairman of all three of my campaigns, and all I know is we won by record amounts, so I guess you were a pretty good chairman, right, Dan? And his son is fantastic, too. But Attorney General Ken Paxton. Ken's around here someplace. Hi, Ken. Hi. And Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Freeman Martin. Freeman, thank you very much. You're doing an amazing job. Texas Chief of Emergency Management, Nim Kidd. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for greeting us, too. Major General Thomas Seltzer of the Texas Military Department. Thomas, great job. Thank you. Really good job. And many other officials and government, everybody is here. You know, it's amazing. I do these things, and often you just don't have a turnout like this. Half of government is here, but my administration is doing everything in its power to help Texas, and I can tell you that, and the governor will be the first to tell you that when the request was made for the emergency funds, Christy, I think we gave it within about 2 minutes, maybe less. And they had everything they needed, right? Immediately. So we've deployed over 400 first responders and assisted or enabled more than 1,500 rescues. Amazing, 1,500. Customs and Border Protection and the U.S. Coast Guard have deployed numerous search and rescue crews, and they're all over the territory, and trauma teams. And beyond this area, you know, the governor was saying we've gone a little bit beyond this area. Oh, there's Dr. Phil. Look at Dr. Phil. You're looking good, Phil. This is a hell of a situation, isn't it, huh? FEMA has deployed multiple emergency response units, and FEMA has been really headed by some very good people. We have some good people running FEMA. It's about time, right? We get some good ones. They failed us in North Carolina, but when we got in on January 20th, they fixed it up in no time. And the Army Corps of Engineers is always around and always strong and brilliant. We're also taking historic action to ensure that such a nightmare never happens again. And we're going to look and see how can a thing like this, they could say it's 100-year. Somebody said it's a 500-year event. It doesn't. We're not going to let a thing like this happen again where it can wreak this kind of devastation. Earlier this year, I directed a sweeping review of the preparedness and critical infrastructure. I think, again, I have to say, whenever I say that, I have to say that the level of professionalism was incredible. But we'll all work together to find out exactly what can be done, because they do want to rebuild, and they're going to. I just want to say we have a wonderful First Lady, and she's done a great job as First Lady, and she really, very special woman when she saw and met the people that we met just a little while ago. It's very devastating. And would you like to say a few words, honey?
My deepest sympathy to all of the parents who lost beautiful young souls. Deepest sympathy from all of us to the community, to everybody who lost a loved one. We are grieving with you. Our nation is grieving with you. We just met with the wonderful families. We pray with them. We hug. We hold hands. They share the stories. And I met beautiful young ladies. They gave me this special bracelet from the camp in honor of all of the little girls that they lost their lives. So we are here to honor them and also to give the support, help, and I will be back. I promise to them, and I just pray for them and giving them my strength and love.
Thank you, honey. That's very nice. Thank you very much. So I just want to say God bless you all, and I'd like to ask Governor Abbott to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, First Lady. The first thing both of you mentioned were the lives that were affected by this. Whenever there's a disaster or catastrophe, the first thing we focus on is saving lives, prioritizing those lives. Every minute, every hour counts, and that's what Chief Nim Kidd focused on, what the local officials focused on, what the state focused on, but also what your administration did. On the very day of the flood, the Coast Guard literally saving lives right and left, and we cannot thank you enough for deploying the Coast Guard, deploying the resources, and as you pointed out, immediately when I made a request for a disaster declaration, you and your administration granted that. This is the fastest that I'm aware of any administration responding so swiftly, so collaboratively, so coordinated as we have in response to this. Thank you for that major disaster declaration. It ensures that we're going to be able to more effectively respond and help rebuild. And let me make one thing clear about the Hunt store. We will rebuild the Hunt store very quickly right here in Hunt, Texas.
Thank you, Governor.
Also, I too want to thank all the first responders. And we have many of our legislators over here. I want to thank them for stepping up and being here constantly, as well as state officials who join with us. And as we've said before, we remain committed. We're here for the long run. We will maintain our operations to search and find everybody that we can, as well as ensure that we're going to rebuild this community from Hunt to Camp Mystic to Kerrville down below. We are committed for the long run, not just to rebuild, but to rebuild in a better way. I have received a lot of detail, even from the President himself, about ways that we can do a better job in the rebuilding process, and we will put all of that to work. We have a special session beginning in 10 days when we're going to start working legislatively to make sure that we address every challenge that the people of this entire region, including the Central Texas region, make sure we help rebuild the families and communities of all of them. But we would not have been able to do that the way that we have had it not been for you, your commitment to Texas. I know you love Texas, and Texas loves you. We appreciate you showing up, and because of your swift and effective response, we're better positioned to deliver on all those commitments than ever before.
Thank you, Governor. That's very nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Christy, would you like to say something? Fantastic job you've done.
Well, Mr. President, I just want to thank you for coming and being here today, and to our First Lady as well. Your heart is evident for the people of Texas, and by you coming here and spending the day and taking the time to spend so much time with the families, I've spoken with many of them over the last several days, and they're so grateful for you that not only are you here to come and walk alongside of them, but to spend time with them and to deploy resources to help support the governor and his team, I think has meant the world, not just to those that are making the decisions, but to all of those down to the ones who have lost their children and are those who are still looking for their children. So that's the hardest part about the situation we have here today, sir, is that when you have a disaster like this, I believe this is an unprecedented event. I haven't heard in my knowledge, know of a flood that happened like this before. So, you know, in our experience, we know that it's at least a 1 in 1,000 year flood that hit this area in an unprecedented way. And emergencies and disasters are always locally executed. The state manages them, and then the federal government comes in and supports that. What we are doing here, sir, is empowering the state and the local officials to make the best decisions for their people, because they know their people, they know their community, and when they ask, then we come in and support them. So thank you for being a president who trusts people, who lets them use the responsibility that they have to make the best decisions for their families, for their communities, and we come in and we support them in that. So I can't thank you for helping us making such quick decisions, for Nim and his team, and the governor is absolutely fantastic. Every time I picked up the phone and was here, the lieutenant governor was available, the entire team, the Coast Guard and the Border Patrol were absolute amazing resources on the ground immediately And we've had over 700 different FEMA employees and volunteers
Right.
here as well that are engaged. And so all of your assets that you have as a federal government are deployed to help this community restore, but also to heal. I would just ask everybody in the room to remember to love on each other too, and to tell stories and memories, and that's how the greatest fear when you lose someone in your life is that people will forget them. So tell the stories that you knew, and write them down and remember them, because nobody wants their loved one that they don't have anymore to ever be forgotten.
Thanks,
So
Christy.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Nim, would you say a few words, please? You've done
Thank
a
you, Mr.
fantastic
President.
job working with Christy and everybody else. Thank you. Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Thank you both for being here. Our hearts are broken, but they fuel the engine that drives this response for this community. These local first responders are the best in the nation. They put their lives on the line. Our volunteer firefighters that were out there putting their lives on the line, knowing that their homes were at risk. You have the best in the nation right here at the local level. Governor Abbott declared 21 Texas counties for this weather event under a state of disaster declaration. Your immediate declaration for individual assistance and public assistance will help us rebuild and recover. We've had over 2,200 state agency response personnel assisting our local government partners. But Mr. President, here's a staggering number. Over 12,300 volunteers have shown up here out of love to support this community. Just imagine, working 10 hours a day, 7 days into this event right now, that's over 861,000 hours of volunteer support right here. 19 other states have sent resources to us. Secretary Noem, thank you for the coordination and the effort on that. Your team has been phenomenal. We will continue the search nonstop. We will continue debris removal, and we will help this community rebuild. We're ready, sir.
Thank you for a really great job you've done, and the coordination's been incredible with us and everybody else. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dr. Phil, I see you sitting there, and this might be a time for you to give us some of your words of wisdom, if you would. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I've talked to families and survivors, parents and grandparents, and the truth is, we know psychologically that the number one stressor that we can experience in life is the loss of a child. And the worst situation that we can experience that is when it's sudden and when it's violent. That's the worst thing that can happen stress-wise in life. And it's people say, well, you get over it in time. You will. The truth is, you never get over it. You get through it. And one of the things Secretary Noem was just talking about, no truer words could be said, that it's cathartic to talk about this. And there's a collective consciousness in these communities down here. This is my country here. Texas is home for me. And there's a collective consciousness here. And everybody in these communities suffered this loss at some level. And so everybody shares that. And so everybody shares the healing. And that will come through here. Everybody will rally together. And this is about faith, and it's about family, and it's about it's truly about community. And it says Texas Strong on the front of the desk that you're sitting at, and that's true, because people will come together, and we need to realize that giving this a voice. And if you see someone in the store, everybody wonders, do I say something to them? I know they lost a child or a grandchild. Do I bring it up, or because they look like they're doing okay? The answer to that question is an unambiguous yes. You don't ever let them think you've moved on from it. It's okay to go and say, hey, look, I know about the loss. I share that with you, and I love you. And we won't forget this, because these bright lights will go away. Another headline will come along, and people move on. Let them know we don't forget. We don't forget the loss. It will never go away, and we remember it. And these first responders down here, men and women that were diving into those waters. I've talked to a woman whose husband was standing on the bank of the river yelling to a father, "Throw me your baby, throw me your baby, let me help you." Mr. President, there is a depth of root and caring here like you just can't believe until you see it. And everybody here knows that. And it's so inspiring for you and the First Lady to come here and share this and see the fiber of these communities. That's why they rally around you and everything that you stand for here, from the border to the disasters. And it's not just a photo op for you to be here. People see your heart and believe in what you stand for. And God bless you for coming here and doing this. It means a lot. God bless you.
Thank you. That was really beautiful. I'm glad I asked him to say a few words, Dan. Do you want to say a couple of words, Dan? Please, Lieutenant Governor.
We spoke the morning immediately. You and I talked the very next morning, and he was right there.
First of all, Mr. President, First Lady, a long time ago, I asked a pastor when I was going to see a hospital, a person in the hospital who didn't have long to live, and I said, "What do I say?" And they said, "Don't worry about what you say, just be there." So you and Madam First Lady, the two of you being here, sends a message. It paints a picture that words can't express, and it gives them hope. And the people of this community have become a family. I didn't know the mayor last week. I wish I didn't know him today under these circumstances. But we've become a family around this room, and it starts with you at the top, down to the governor, down to the statewides, down to the secretary. I mean, Christy Nome coming in, she called Saturday morning and said, "The president wants me to be there today." And she came. And so that message is so important. Two things will get us through: our faith. So the people along this river are not standing on the rock of the bank of the river. They're standing on the rock of their faith. And that will get them through the struggles that you talk about. But you and the federal government will help us get through everything, all the debris that has to be taken, all the rebuilding. And I know we can count on you. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of all of these families, thank you for being here. You just can't measure how much it means to them.
Thank you very much, Dan. Great job. Appreciate it. Do you want to take a couple of questions, Governor? Would you want to do that? Do you want to?
Sure.
Is the press going to be respectful of this event, this horrible event, this horrible tragedy? Please, yes. Go ahead, please.
Marissa here with CBS News Texas. Several families we've heard from are obviously upset because they say that those warnings, those alerts didn't go out in time, and they also say that people could have been saved. What do you say to those families?
Well, I think everyone did an incredible job under the circumstances. This was, I guess Christy said, a 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000 years. And I just have admiration for the job that everybody did. There's just admiration. The only bad person would ask a question like that, to be honest with you. I don't know who you are, but only a very evil person would ask a question like that. I think this has been heroism. This has been incredible, really, the job you've all done. It's easy to sit back and say, oh, what could have happened here or there, you know. Maybe we could have done something differently. This was a thing that has never happened before. And nobody's ever seen anything. I've never seen anything like this. I've gone to some real bad ones. I've never seen anything like this. So I admire you, and I consider you heroes and heroine. And I think you've done an amazing job. Brian, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I could ask you, who was the first person to contact you to notify you that this tragedy was unfolding?
Probably Christy, but I was notified by a lot, and Chip called also. Chip was here for, he thought it was going to be a little flood. He was going to miss the signing for the big, beautiful bill. And he called to apologize. He said he's going to be delayed because of a little flood, and the little flood turned out to be the biggest flood anyone's ever seen. So Chip but Christy called right away. She was there. I looked the next morning. She was right there on the ball. So
I just want to say, as a native Texan, I've received hundreds of messages. I told you that the other day, but I want to tell our representatives that are here in the crowd today, thank you for your response. This is Texas Strong. President Trump, this is America First policy in terms to responding to a tragedy like this. Thank you on behalf of Texas as well.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a nice reporter. That's a nice question. That's a nice, but I like his statement even better. Thank you very much, Brian. That's very nice. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Great to see you, President Trump.
Thank you.
Thank you, First Lady Melania, for being here. I'm born and raised in Texas, and there's not a person in our state who hasn't been impacted by this tragedy. But what's been so disheartening recently are these ghouls on the left, like Jasmine Crockett and the left-wing media, who want to point fingers and play partisan games and fundraise off of this crisis. And what I love about Texas is we come together in a crisis across party lines, ideological lines. So what is your message, and maybe Governor Abbott as well, to these folks on the left who are using this to gain partisan points in viral videos?
Well, I'll start off by just saying, they've lost their confidence. They've had a tremendous run of bad talent. I don't say bad luck, I say bad talent. And all they want to do is criticize. And I hope we can someday be bipartisan, but all they like to do is criticize. And this way, they're getting just absolutely clobbered because everyone sees what an incredible job the governor did. Everybody in this room, everybody at this table in particular, but everybody in this room did an incredible job. And the public knows it. The public's wise to it. They have their soundbite. They send out a soundbite, and it's supposed to be, you're supposed to say that. And if you don't say that, they throw you out of the party. No, they've lost. Honestly, they've lost their confidence. I see some of the people they're putting forward, and those people will only ruin our nation. Our nation, a year ago, was dead, and it was going down, but it was dead. And now we have the most successful nation anywhere in the world. You take a look. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. I was with the leaders of the world recently at NATO. Every one of them said the same thing. They said, it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Your nation was dead 1 year ago, and now you have the hottest nation. It's the hottest nation, hottest in quotes. It's the hottest nation anywhere in the world. Every leader's saying that we're the hottest nation in the world. We've all gotten together. We've done a great job. This state has been unbelievable. I work so well with the governor and with your senators and with everybody in this state. We get it done. We've had some pretty big problems here with the floods and all the different things that we've worked out, and we respond very quickly, and they respond very quickly, and they spend their money wisely. We give them a lot of money, but they spend it wisely. I can't say that's true always. Sometimes we give money and they don't spend it so wisely. They spend it very, very foolishly. So, Governor, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. One thing that you pointed out that we all know about Texans is part of our bloodstream, and that is we're Texas tough. We're made for challenges. I read a piece the other day. I'll just quote one line from, and that is, when the rivers rise, so do we, and we rise to the occasion. And the way that we do that is by everybody working together. We are one team united. We are Texans. And fighting as Texans, we're going to rebuild not just Kerrville or Hunt or Kerr County, but across the entire state, across regions. We're going to come together and fight together and ensure that we elevate even better, keeping foremost in mind exactly what Dr. Phil was talking about. As we rebuild, we've got to constantly comfort the families of those who have suffered a loss. Those two things combined, and we will be our quintessential selves, and that is Texas tough, Texas resilient.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. President, first
the
of
blue
all,
shirt.
thank you for
Right over here. Go ahead.
I'll wait for Chip. He's my representative. I'll wait for him.
Mr. President, if I could just jump in and just say one thing, which is I can't thank you enough. When I called you on Friday, you said whatever you need. When I called the secretary's office, she called me within 15 minutes and said whatever you need, and then she came here this weekend. I've never seen such a quick response and such a focus on delivering for the people. But importantly, I want to thank all of my colleagues in the House sitting right over there. Every single one of them called me personally. Every single one of them reached out to this team that the governor was just talking about, the team effort to deliver for the people of Texas. They're here now, not here to microphone. They're here just to be here because they believe in this state and they believe in what you're doing as the president and they believe in what the governor is doing. And importantly, this morning, I was at a press conference for the Community Foundation of the Hill Country, which has raised over $30 million from the great, people of this state and from around the country. And they sent checks out today of $5 million to people in this community to help them with cash for people, for small businesses, first responders, and all the people that need help to reunite. And the final point I'll just say, for all of the media clamoring to ask that ridiculous first question and try to point fingers, the governor said it best when he said that pointing fingers is for losers. This state is about looking forward, and we'll figure out how to make our systems the best they can be. But importantly, when you see 26 feet of water rising a foot per minute, don't go around pointing fingers. The people in this community rallied around to help people, and that's the enduring image. Those little girls from Camp Mystic who were singing hymns as they watched the damage as they left that camp coming out of there. And that's who the people of Texas are. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And, you know, 2 words, unity and competence. If you were to ask me 2 words that I've seen here, one is unity. The unity has been unbelievable. And then the competence of the Coast Guard and some of the people within the Coast Guard that saved a lot of lives. They went out and they saved a lot of lives. But there were others other than the Coast Guard. But I would say competence and unity, the way everyone has just pulled together. It's rare that you see this.
Mr. President.
Again, I've been to so many, and I've seen bickering and fighting, and just it doesn't work the same way. This has been amazing. This is the biggest, because I've never seen one like this. Neither has anybody else, by the way. Yes, please.
Hey, it's
Yes.
Joe Pags, Mr. President. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Obviously, the staffing was where it needed to be. In fact, it was heavier than it should have been because of the holiday weekend. Whatever they're saying in the left news isn't the truth. You're a developer, though. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the technology only goes as far as it goes. Kids don't have their phones. Phones are dead. People by the riverside don't have electricity. They're not going to get a phone alert that way. As a developer, going forward, knowing that everything was done lightning fast by Secretary Noem, by you, by the governor, and everybody else, you did everything right. What do we do next time, though, to make sure that people are alerted if they're dead asleep? Maybe an alarm system, maybe a siren system. You might know better than I. But what do we do going forward? Because we've got to make sure that people get the alert when it's time to get the alert. Thank you.
Yeah, you'll probably have to do that. You'll probably come up with something very unique, because there is no system right now. There's been a thing like this has never happened that anybody knows. Certainly not to this extent, but I know the governor and everybody is working on it. They're meeting, and they'll figure something out. Go ahead, Governor.
Yeah, so we begin a session in 10 days. We will address every single question that you just asked. You mentioned some of the ideas. There are many more. And we want to hear, most importantly, we have to devise a response that's right for this community. And this community has to weigh in, and they need time to be able to convey that to us. But we're going to work on alerts. We're going to work on every single solution to make sure things like this don't happen again, not just in this community, but in other river basins across the state also. So we will work to get it right, and we've jotted down, Joe, every idea that you just mentioned.
Ted Cruz, go ahead, please, Ted.
Well, Mr. President, I wanted to say thank you for being here. First Lady, thank you for being here. Where we are right now, the Hill Country, is a very special part of the state. It is universally considered the most beautiful part of the state. You've got rolling hills. You've got these incredible, peaceful, wonderful rivers. The Guadalupe River, just about all of us have been swimming in that river, floating in that river. And one of the things that's really special about Kerr County is there are 40 summer camps here. This is a place where all across Texas our kids go. The governor's daughter came every year to camp here. Both of you know our girls really well. Mm-hmm. Heidi, the week before this flood, was here in Hunt picking up our daughter Catherine from camp. And Camp Mystic, that faced such devastating loss, is an institution in this state. It's 100 years old. It was founded in 1926. And I'll tell you, in Texas, it's not just here that the hurt is felt. It's every part of the state. Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, West Texas, East Texas. Texans have gone, and what's amazing is you see at the closing ceremonies of these camps, you see multiple generations. You'll see grandmothers and moms and little girls who have all gone to the same camp. And the pain that the state is feeling. And on Monday, I went and walked through Camp Mystic. In the center of the camp is a cabin called the Bubble Inn, where the littlest girls were staying. And in front of the Bubble Inn are right now 17 small white crosses in the ground. And each cross has the name of another little girl who lost her life. And the final cross has the name of Dick Eastland, the camp director who gave his life trying to save his girls. And the water rose in that camp and in that cabin 8 feet high. You can see the water line 8 feet high. It blew the windows out of the cabin and it swept those girls out. I will tell you, I've never seen anything more horrible in my life. And I just sat there crying. I saw Mom and Dad come up to one of those crosses, drop to their knees and kiss that cross. And the mom was weeping. I also want to tell you, and you said this, you talked about unity. The way this community, the way the state is coming together is incredible. There are stories of heroism. I met a mom and dad who had a 14-year-old boy at Camp La Junta, a boys' camp. Their 14-year-old son was awakened at 3 in the morning. The water was rising. The counselor said, "Let's go save the little boys." And they went down to the 7, 8, 9-year-old boys and pulled them out of their camps through the crashing water. And this mom and dad were crying. Now their son survived. And I said, "Look, your son will always have this trauma. You will always have this trauma. But at the same time, your son will always know when he was 14 years old that there are little boys and one day there are men who are alive because he had the courage as a 14-year-old to risk his life to save them." And so we are grateful you're here. And I will say something Chip referenced is very true. There's a video of a school bus full of campers from Mystic after this crisis, riding past the devastation, and they are singing Christian hymns. And I promise you there's not a person here who can watch that video and not weep. Tears of sorrow, but also tears of joy. So we are grateful for the response, Governor, the first responders, everyone who's come together, and to all the moms and dads, just know we love you. The agony, my street at home, every house has a green ribbon around it for the girls at Mystic. And that's true in a lot of streets all throughout Texas. And we will come through this one way or the other. And I'll tell you, the Hunt store right now, the sign says Hunt store, except today it doesn't. It says Hunt Strong. They redid the sign. That's the spirit of who we are.
Thank you, Ted, very
Mr.
much.
President?
Well, yes, please.
I wanted to respond just to something that Joe Pag said and the governor. The speaker and I announced yesterday that we will begin our hearings in 2 weeks, but in 3 weeks we're going to have a hearing in this room so that the residents and the people in this area don't have to come to Austin. We're going to come to them, and we'll stay here as long as it takes to hear their stories and their needs and their wants. So we're going to be here in 3 weeks in this room.
Good, Dan. Very good. Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming together, and the word unity again, but I just want to thank you very much. And we'll be helping you from Washington, D.C., like no other president would do. Nobody else would do it. Nobody else would be even get back to you. You know, you're fully funded, as you know. And Christy, I would say they were fully funded within minutes of hearing about this. And, you know, the state of Texas, number one, they do it right, and they've done it right for a long time. And it's, you know, a very special place to me, I will tell you that. Politically, I don't want to say politics, but politically it's been a very special place to me. Our great Secretary of Agriculture, who you've done such a great job, Brooke Rollins, you come from Texas, and I just want to thank you. She even got the cost of eggs right down, you know. They hit me with that one, and she got them down so quickly nobody knew it. By Easter, everybody was having eggs at a lower price than they ever thought possible. But you've done a fantastic job. But it's just been it's been a very special state to me, and it's my honor. And we will continue to work together, and it's a bad situation. And you can never say, oh, it's going to be bigger, better, stronger. It's just so many lives have been lost. You can't say that, but we're going to make it. We're going to make it back. We're going to make it back, and we're going to make it good again. And everybody wants to do it. And I just want to thank you, and I want to congratulate you. You guys have been unbelievable. Thank you for your words before. It was unbelievable. The job you've done, Kim, everybody, every single one of you. So you should be very proud, and we're very proud of you. Thank you all very much for doing such a good job. Thank you very much.
Stay where you are.
I'm going to call the desk in like 30 seconds. We'll flag ours from here, okay?
Drag me out. Good. Chris is just like